So I believe it's in about, I want to say an hour and 15 minutes, but they're doing a live stream. I think we might be getting new content. I don't know. It's just weird to me that they would stream something without new content. So I'm going to cope there's going to be Druid or Huntress in this, and they're playing it kind of on the DL, but at the same time, I just can't imagine them doing a live stream if there isn't some sort of content to go with it. I've never seen them do a patch where they're just, you know, bug fixing, nerfing, or whatever without with making a live stream about it. I feel like if they're doing a live stream, maybe there's content. So we'll see what they're going to do. Can you explain real quick how you were using Cast on Shock and Archmage together? Your gear did have any spirit on it, Quicksilver? Yes, I can. So Quicksilver, the Cast on Shock setup was using... It should be explained in the FAQ section of the guide, but basically, you need 60 spirit. There's a few ways to get that spirit, and usually it's a combination of items. It's a combination of basically two things, because for the most part, there's not really items you can get exactly 60 spirit on, unless you have an insane rare chest piece. A rare chest piece can roll up to 60 spirit. Technically, you could do a rare amulet that has up to 60 spirit. But I think a combination makes the most sense in most cases in terms of cost efficiency. And the combination I had a Warriors Invictus, which had 10 spirit per socket, which was 50 spirit. And then I had another little bit of spirit from, I believe, I had a little bit on my amulet, I think. But you could also get a little bit on a helmet corruption, or you could get a little bit on other items like a I'm spacing on what it's called. Against Darkness, the jewel that has spirit per notable. But you kind of have to search it. It's a little bit weird for that stuff. I think today we'll start out with maybe trying to upgrade our character's gearing a little bit. We have the really cheap gear, and I think we want to do some upgrades. But yeah, if you want a better like showcase of the items I use specifically at Quicksilver, if you look at it's the DPS video, the DPS setup video. It has a thumbnail of like a shotgun or something on it. That setup, I go over it. There's unfortunately not enough gear sets. I'd have to add a 4th gear set for the Cast on Shock setup, and I'd rather have the budget, the mid-range, and the late game setup than a 4th setup for the Cast on Shock specifically. Shoot my pants. I love your builds. Keep up the great mojo with those builds. Thanks, man. Appreciate you saying that. How are you sustaining mana with only 1.7k for Frostbomb? I have 1500 right now, and it's a bit scuffed. We're gonna keep investing into more mana and more mana regen. It is hilarious to me how... What's the word? How much mana investment is required to just play a regular caster build. I really feel almost like I'm basically an Archmage character. I'm feeling like I need to get mana on every single piece of gear, mana regen on a bunch of gear pieces. I'm not a huge fan of it. Is the patch notes today or tomorrow? They're going over, so this is the post. They're doing a live stream in roughly about an hour and 15 minutes from now. And we're gonna watch it live, and they're gonna do an interview afterwards with Gazzy and DM with Mark and Jonathan. My Titan ended up with 3,000 mana just to keep up with the Frostbomb cost. Yeah, it's ridiculous. All the reduced mana cost is on the right side too. Yeah, there's not a ton of it. There is not a ton of reduced mana cost. There's like this wheel. Outside that, how much is there? While not on low mana, I guess there's mental toughness. That's about it, I guess. Yeah, it's basically just these 3 points and this point here. About 35% reduced mana cost you can get. Happy announcement day. Thanks, Civic dude. We're gonna enjoy it hopefully. I tried playing without Archmage. I didn't like it. Well, playing without Archmage is just you're just making your character weaker to do it. Archmage is not balanced right now. Archmage is so good, it should be very, very clear when you click it versus when you don't click it, you've made a mistake. And that's a balance issue, I think, at least. I think that's something that they're going to address today. They're going to nerf Archmage. It shouldn't feel like a mandatory click for every single spellcaster in the game. Spells are just bad. I don't think spells are just bad. I think it's just Archmage is OP. And because Archmage is OP, it makes the counter feel bad. The without it feel bad. YouTubers, Gazzy will post a video tomorrow on his podcast. Yeah, I mean we're gonna watch it live today. We'll watch the whatever the content patch reveal is, and then we'll probably watch the interview live as well on DM's channel. What spells are good without Archmage? The same spells that are good with Archmage. Archmage is just a multiplier. Archmage is something that just makes the spells that are already good way better. I guess I'll put it this a different way, Dr. BKB. You're probably thinking in terms of, in order for something to be considered good, it needs to delete the boss in 1 second. I think that is just completely unbalanced. I think good is you could fight a boss for a minute and kill an endgame boss in a minute. I think that is probably what they're actually maybe shooting for. 1 whole second? Well, you get what I mean, right? Like, you gotta have like some perspective. Currently, we've had the league's gone long enough on people all have disgustingly OP gear. They click Archmage and they delete the boss, right? It's hard to have any perspective of how balanced or unbalanced that is, I think. Or at least, I don't know. I'm hoping that with this patch they're considering a fresh reset. If they're gonna, I'm just gonna cope. I'm gonna cope that there's a fresh reset, and I'm gonna cope that with the fresh reset we get Druid and Huntress. Eddie Nash, I'm bad at game. My Archmage sucks. I wouldn't say that, Eddie Nash. Most likely you're just early on, like you're at an early stage of the character. Like Archmage, when you initially click it, when you're like a level 60 character, it's a pretty big upgrade. But honestly, like Spark itself, before you really have a lot of passives to support or any gear to support, it wasn't particularly strong. And then Archmage, when I clicked it, made it feel like I was doing decently to killing bosses and stuff, but it didn't really feel like it was overly strong. And then as you get every little upgrade on your character, it just becomes more and more over the top. What's this clip, Connor? Was you just doing Delirium? Those poor Delirium bosses. Just no respect. Poor guys. Sim 4 was 70% HP, yeah. They didn't last very long. PV1's open beta, I don't remember them doing any resets. I feel like PV1 open beta, like, yeah, I don't think you can extrapolate what they did in PV1's open beta to how they're gonna handle PV2's open beta, because PV1, GGG was a very, like, different company in terms of size and scope. You know what I mean? Like they're a fully funded like studio with a lot of devs and stuff. Like that's if everything operated exactly the same, I'd be surprised. Why so small, Mr. Lance? Because I've been sick and I don't want you guys to look directly at my eyes as I start coughing and hacking up stuff. I feel better than I have the past few days, but Captain Lance, can you big spoon me if they kill Archmage? Can I big spoon you if they kill Archmage? I will do my best to protect you from the harsh reality of the fact that something overpowered got balanced, but honestly, I think you'll be okay, because honestly, Archmage probably still going to be OP afterwards. I don't think they have what it takes. I don't think they're going to nerf it enough to make it balanced. I think they have to nerf it an uncomfortable amount, and I don't think they're going to be willing to do it. I don't think they'll have the gumption to pull the trigger as hard as they need to. Archmage removed for the... Yeah, I don't think they'll do it. No way they reset. I'll keep saying this. When I say reset, I'm talking about a fresh start economy. This does not reset everybody's progress, but it gives you the ability to choose to opt in for a fresh start. Life buffed, slams buffed, armor buffed, blood mage buffed, fire spells buffed. Wooly? I like where you're coming from. I'm thinking I'm gonna be playing a bear. I'm thinking Druid added, Huntress added. Fresh start league here. They destroyed my Cast Off Freeze build to the ground. Yeah, Cast Off Freeze got eliminated. I think you need to be nervous if it's something that's working on a way that GGG doesn't want. I think Archmage is working how it's supposed to, but the numbers, the balance of it is just completely out of whack. That's why I think it's pretty likely it'll survive. I'm ready for 326. Dude, I'm excited for 326 too, honestly. I'm gonna be pumped for some PoE 2 or PoE 1 when the next league gets announced for it. Remove EB and Grim Feast and call it a day. I don't know, man. They're gonna do more than that. RF, incoming +6 fire amulet. No, I'll say this, play runner. I hope RF is not. I hope it's not a spell that scales off gem levels. So I hope it's not a situation where you want to put a +6 amulet on RF. I'm hoping RF is like it is in PoE 1, where it scales based on your character's girth. I could dream. I can dream. 3-second channel, 4-second duration, 10-second cooldown, 1.4 meter rate. Shut your mouth, Connor. I don't remember asking for your opinion on RF. RF Bearman is a go. If they give us RF with the Druid, it's a go. But let's be honest, are we actually going to get RF Druid? Is that actually going to happen? Probably not. They'll give us RF with Templar. You think they'll release new classes? I am completely just coping on the fact they're doing a live stream for it. I just don't see a world where they do a live stream for a patch unless they're giving us some content. Like, if they're just balancing and nerfing and buffing and bug fixing, why would they stream it? Why would they stream it if that's all they're doing? Surely there is content. And I'm thinking Druid Huntress is the content. Milking it? No shot. I have never seen them stream something if it didn't come with new content. Live streaming is in 5 minutes? No, it's in about an hour. They're gonna do RF like they have the monster modifier, fire explosion. Please, no, please. Just let me dream that RF is added to PoE 2 as RF is in PoE 1. Just completely untouched, unadulterated, undestroyed. You know, just as it, leave it as it is. Okay, a skill that you turn on and it burns you for a percentage of your life, and it burns enemies for a percentage of your life. Okay, and it's just a majestic fiery circle around your character. Okay, it's beautiful. They don't need to fix something that's not broken. No? Hey, what do you mean no? Don't say no, man. Believe in something. Believe in something. Am I not logged into max roll? What the heck? I was gonna go pull up my planner. Not even logged in. I'm gonna steal my trade searches for the Titan for upgrading our character. We upgrade first. Maybe a body armor. Demon form was just a test for RF, wasn't it? No, demon form is not related to RF at all. RF deals damage based on your armor. Shut up. Okay, we're not combining armor stacker and RF. Please no. You want a bingo board for the patch notes? You guys actually want a bingo board? I'm down to do a bingo board. You know what? Screw it. We'll do a bingo board. I believe I am a firm believer in a good bingo board. Ain't nothing wrong with a nice bingo board. You guys are about to get cooked, by the way. You guys that keep telling me, oh no, there's not gonna be content. I'm gonna put so many random copium content portions into this bingo board, and then I'm gonna be right about every single one of them. You'll all see. Next thing you know, you'll be saying to yourself, Lance was right. Okay, that's not evenly spaced. This has to be a 5x5, right? A proper bingo board is 5x5. Thus saith the law. Is that spacing correct? I don't know, man. That spacing looks wrong. Oh, it's already wrong. It's already freaking... Oh, it's disproportionate. Oh. The bingo board's already trashed. Oh, it's not right. You can tell. Look at that top row. Look how small it is compared to the girth of the later rows. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing the power of editing can't fix, right, guys? Nothing the power of editing can't fix. Hold on. All we have to do is we have to go up to this. This. Like that. Hold on, I got this. Okay. Do a little one of these. Correct. Fixed. Perfection. That looks much better. Hold shift for straight lines with that tool. Wait, I can do that. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Let's just try this. Okay, hold shift does not work. Are you talking about the about this thing? If I hold shift while doing this? Oh my word. That's amazing. Holy. Alright. Okay, wait, no, that's too thick. That's too thick. Now it's okay, I go like right there. Alright, good enough. Close enough. And then we gotta do a couple of these. Zoop. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, this isn't gonna fit right. Oh, hold on. Okay, we gotta make them a little bit thicker. No, you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to decide because it needs to be more like a square, right? Oh, that looks about right. Okay, and then we just pretend the other portion of this doesn't exist. Nice rectangle. Shut up. Shut up. All right. Perfection. Perfection. Are we doing a 5? No, no, it's a 5x5, guys. It's a 5x5. Hi. I'm Jonathan. Fortunately, an era has ended. It's no longer hi, I'm Chris. We don't know what they did to Chris. It is what it is. Rows 3 and 4 are slightly larger than others. I'm going to ignore that comment because it's completely true and I don't want to redraw it. Okay? So, we're going to agree to not mention the disproportionate rows 3 and 4. I hate that you made me look at those. We're too far into this, guys. Just use Excel or Word? No. No, I don't think I will. You know what? You guys are starting to break me down. I need calming Age of Empires 2 in the back of my head to relax me from this current situation. You guys are going to get inside my head about the square size. I just need the classics, okay? Just something to help me not get bullied by chat with my prediction. You don't hear it already? I don't. But after listening to this, what's going to happen is we're going to turn it off when we go to watch the stream. Yo, Crown Kings, appreciate the sub. We're turn off when we go to watch the stream. And then after the stream, hours later, this will be playing in the back of my mind. It'll be there. For those of you that are watching from YouTube and can't hear the AoE 2 music because I don't think I can play music on YouTube, so it's not going to the YouTube stream. Just so you know, just picture you're in Dark Age, okay? And you're luring a boar. And that'll get you exactly where you need to be in the mindset. There's no music on YouTube. No. You guys don't get the experience because can't do that on YouTube. Doesn't work. So you get a little bit of a different experience. Can you lure a uniform square? Shut your mouth, okay? Once I start filling these things with words, we're not even going to notice the squares. Okay? Druid added with 3 Ds. Okay? Huntress added. Okay? Boom. I'm going for the diagonal. This is my killer blow right here. Druid, Huntress. You see this? We're going to go straight through there. Both. Do I put in Act 4? What do I cope about? Oh. Fresh. Economy. Reset. I'm going to cope about a fresh economy reset. Put this in the, put it over here. Well, we need to put it somewhere non-consequential. Something that doesn't apply to too many squares. Elon banned. Oh my word. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good one. That would be pretty based. It's pretty clear he broke TOS, right? Like anyone with eyeballs and a brain who's played PoE before knows he did not make that account. He did not farm those levels. Hater? Wooly? What do you mean, hater? Elon buys GGG? No, we're not putting that square up there. Herald adjustment? Oh, yeah, we can't put in some of the nerfs. Heralds adjusted. Archmage adjusted. In-game market for all items. I like what you're saying. Holy, that's a good one. In-game market for all items. My word, Wooly. I like that amount of cope. That sounds amazing. Not going to the trade site? You know, this is why they didn't take the time to fine-tune the trade site to give us the tools to work, because they were just putting all their effort into the in-game trade system they were making. That's why we don't have freaking the ability to search time loss jewels. Why put in the effort if you're just going to give us the in-game trading later anyways? It all makes sense now. I've been scrolling through listings like a crazy person because they were holding out on giving us this glory. Surely this is why we've suffered searching for time lost jewels. Galactic cope? No. Let me cope. Let me believe it's something. I might die on this cope. No. Come on. This is a good one. This is fantastic. I think Wooly, genius level for thinking of this one for sure. For sure. If they're doing that, then Path of Exile 3. No, they're not announcing Path of Exile 3, guys. That's not, come on, no. No shot. Breach nerfs. I'm gonna do you one better. New mapping. New map mechanic added. Instead of nerfing breach, they're gonna give us a new map mechanic. Okay? I think that's reasonable. Waystone tab? Ooh. I like that one. Waystone tab. It's here, it's now, and it's no longer a bunch of our quad tabs. Better screen and visual clarity. Okay, we'll have a separate list. Chat. Coping harder than me. This is a list that is separate for when you guys say something that's more cope than what I've been saying, which we'll put screen / visual clarity under that and PoE 3. Just gonna keep this little tally over here for when you guys start saying crazy stuff. Rune swapping in gear? Are they gonna cave on rune swapping? Maybe. They might cave on rune swapping. Not swapping, replacing. I mean, it's the same thing. It's basically the same thing, let's be honest. Controller mouse support. I like that. Okay, so we'll put in rune swap. As a controller player. Mouse and keyboard, hot swap. I'm gonna put it in there and I'm gonna believe. Divination card. I don't think divination card's that high on the list. There's so many other things to do right now, I feel like. Act 4? I'm down for Act 4. I don't know why I separated this. It's such a short text. I'm gonna put div card over here. There's no way in my mind that is anywhere close to the immediate things to do. Armor buffs. Armor buffs. Yeah, that's a good chance. Armor. Formula. Armor. We'll just say armor buffs. We'll keep it simple. Temporalis blink change. I doubt it. Grim Feast deleted. Man, there's a lot of people that want Grim Feast deleted, or a lot of people think it's gonna get nerfed. Does Grim Feast really feel that necessary for people for ES builds? 100% getting nerfed. It is a really good 30 reservation, right? Melting Maelstrom. I don't think they're going to nerf a lot of like late game chase uniques. I kind of doubt those. Just raise its cost. Yeah, make it a higher tax or whatever for it. All right, we'll add Grim Feast to the nerf section. Grim Feast adjusted. We'll put it on there. I'm also gonna put looping triggers adjusted. This is a pretty broad one, but I think any of the stuff that has any sort of loop trigger shenanigans going on is a dunzo. Choir's like the obvious one, but there's a lot of like heavy trigger shenanigans going on with like loop stuff. I think that stuff is looking real suspect. See more like patch note nerfs than event items? You think we should separate those? I think they're fair game. I think there's going to be nerfs. I think there's going to be buffs. I think there's going to be new stuff added. I'm going to cope for a lot of these things. Nerf nothing. Square whole stream is just announcement. You think that they do the whole stream and not talk about any nerfs at all? No patch notes, no nothing? Rares marked instantly. I like what you're thinking, Wooly. I'm going to say map finish condition changes. I don't know. The kill every single rare on the map thing. I don't think they're going to want to mark every single one on the map. I think maybe they'd be more likely to cave on the finish condition for maps. Expedition rework? Oh yeah. That would be. We would put that on Strongbok. Okay, let's just say bad map mechanics. We'll say overhauled. That includes. Do the fine print. We'll do the fine print. Delirium. Strongbox. Expedition. Etc. You get the idea, right? You get the idea. The stuff that freaking sucks. Delirium with the monsters that push you around. Strongbox that you click and they never spawn monsters. Expedition. What are we even doing besides hunting for a shield and a flask? Excuse me. Like, I genuinely don't know what we're doing besides hunting for a shield and a flask. Peacock not working with Widowhail. Peacock's working exactly how it's supposed to work. The thing that's not working how it's supposed to work, I think, is the bow skill damage applying to the flask. Nothing about Peacock says you have to be unarmed. And it's a projectile skill, therefore it'll get leveled with the projectile levels. Everything but breach, yeah, basically. They should force you to be unarmed? They could. They'd have to change it, right? Precog doesn't hit? Yes, it does. All the concoction skills hit. You're throwing an explosive Molotov cocktail at people, basically, right? You're hitting them. Console loot filter. Yes, that's a good one. Let's put that on there. I have a wager writing on this. Console loot filter. Hopefully this gets added before the mouse and keyboard hot swap. I'm gonna put this in a different location. Because if they both get it added at the same time, then I don't know if I win my bet. Not one-shotting tier 4 bosses. So the thing about that is they just have to nerf. They have to nerf a lot of things. Like, in general, player power is just probably more accessible than what's currently balanced for endgame. Like, the example is, like, freaking gem levels. We can get so many gem levels, and it's so much base raw damage. Bosses are too weak. Well, yeah, it's one or the other. You either make the bosses harder, or you nerf the amount of player power people can get on gear and stuff. I think it's a little bit silly to have a +5 affix on a wand. You know, and then other affixes are like 100% damage. Like, those things aren't remotely comparable. +5 is just disproportionately stronger than every other affix on it. Mana cost? Oh yeah, I want to see that. Mana cost. This isn't just for melee, but I think it's for every build. Rework. Gem scaling. Mana cost, gem scaling, rework. It's just stupid how expensive things get. Even like, part of this is why Archmage feels forced on all spell builds is, if you want to play a spell character, doesn't matter if you're not an Archmage build, you basically have to invest into it like you're an Archmage build. You might as well just click Archmage because you've already invested in so much mana to be able to sustain your freaking mana cost. If I level up my flammability on Blood Mage, it would cost 1.5 thousand HP at the moment. Oh, it's ridiculous. I literally am running with a level 7 Frostbite, and it's still a 100 cost skill. And I haven't leveled it up at all because of the cost. Its base cost is 143 at 14. I literally am not leveling it. And I had the same issue with, oh, what was it? There was another situation where it was like, I wanted to use Eye of Winter to apply, it was with the Peaconk character, or the Explosive Concoction character. I wanted to use Eye of Winter to apply minus mana cost, and because I had gem levels, I was like, it was already a level 20 skill, and it was just destroying all my mana, and I literally just wanted it to be a level 1 skill with no mana cost, just because I was just trying to use it for the debuff. But it got jacked up to gem levels because I had a bunch of projectile level stuff. And it just erasing my mana pool every time it casts. For me, currently, +5 is equivalent to clicking 571% increased damage, yeah. It's a little bit silly. Like, I was just looking at, like, the, how I weight gem levels. I weight gem levels at 150, which maybe I should weight them higher than this. I'm not 100% sure. But you compare that to the other categories, and it's just, like, so much power is tied to your gem level stuff. So much power is tied to it. More melee skills added? I think there's a good chance for that if they're giving us Druid. I think there's a solid chance. I want more sources of life gain on hit, etc., or more ways to sustain. Would they add more ways to sustain? Maybe. Is Huntress not melee? Huntress is melee, or at least they've advertised Huntress with like the spear skills and stuff. Huntress is cool. Huntress is a fun character from what I've seen. Oh, man. What do I want to cope on next? We have 5 squares left. What do I want to cope? They have to buff life in some way? Oh, that's a good one. Nerfy, yes. I agree. I agree. I feel like life is like quasi close to what they want balance-wise, and ES is just, it just doesn't fit in the game. It's just so ridiculous. because it just nullifies all boss mechanics. Or if added, dude, I wish, but I don't know, man. That's a little bit too high. That's too high of cope. There's no shot this is coming until Templar. Ain't no way. ES equal easy game. Yep. No, it's not balanced at all. When is the announcement? It's in about 37 minutes. You're gonna watch it live. We're just getting a little prediction bingo. Citadel. Oh yeah, you guys were saying earlier about Citadel changes. You guys think they'll make them more common, easier to find or target? Maybe something like that. Citadel generation rework. Buff. We're rework / buff potentially. Corpse Compass, I don't know about that. You don't think rarity will change? Do I think they'll change rarity? Not really. I don't think they'll change rarity. I think rarity is going to be something where I don't know, man. I was still extremely surprised they ever came to the point of deleting Quant in PoE 1. I don't know if they're really gonna be able to let go of Magic Find entirely. Adjustments for Reach, Ritual, Delirium. Yeah, that's what this is for. Fixing the mechanics that aren't Breach, basically. Making them mechanics you're glad to click. Daggers and swords. They're going to add weapon types, I believe, based on when they add classes that are like the thematic thing for it, would be my guess. So like daggers would be, yeah, it would be with Shadow probably. And sword would probably be with Duelist. Axe is probably going to be with Marauder. Well, I guess Axe could come with Druid maybe. I think RF is Primal. No shot. Righteous Fire, Primal? Nah, I think Righteous Fire is going to be a Holy Man. I think it's going to be Templar.
And
my axe. Yo, appreciate the sub. Low cats. Low cats. Appreciate you. Druid's Staff. Druid's Claws. What does the current tree have over in the Druid area? This is just a generic attack damage. No, this Flails. Well, Flails is probably Templar, right? Flails is Templar. This is kind of Templar-y. Totems. Ugh. This is disgusting. This is the Palstron wheel over here. Link skills. I'm going to pretend that doesn't exist. Totems. The parts will change with classes. Yeah, they will. That they will. Thorns meta incoming? I doubt it. There's no way. There's no way. You reckon that Gaze Amulet Organ Mom will be fixed removed? I think it's working exactly how it's supposed to, based on how they changed conversion and gain mechanics. If they're doing something to that interaction, what they would do is be nerfing the Gaze Amulet. Or they go back on how they've changed conversion and gain mechanics, and they go back to how they did it in PoE 1, which I doubt. I feel like they're very intentional with the change to those mechanics. I don't think they're going to back out of it now. A lot of stuff feels mediocre. Yeah, I think there's parts that just feel empty too. But I think that's a lot of that's related to like classes being added versus not. Like for example, I feel like Templar's area is super empty compared to most of the other areas of the tree, right? Like if you look at this, you just see space everywhere versus like, you know what I mean? It's just stuff where they're going to hopefully add, as they add classes, as they add archetypes, they'll add the nodes to support it and stuff will get filled out, and then hopefully the tree will start to feel better and better as they do things like that. I hope they allow warriors to dual wield a druid in each hand. Okay, let's calm down. Why is your camp so small? Because I couldn't afford a bigger one. I could not actually afford a bigger one. It was too much money out of the budget. I'm gonna say big passive tree changes. I'm gonna double down on my druid and hunters being added, and with it there's gonna be some tree changes to come along too. Define big, huge, girthy, meaty, substantial. You know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down. Build runes and sagas can be changed. Yeah, we have rune swap right here. Bigger than your cam? Way bigger than my cam. On death effects, that's gonna go over here. They ain't ever going away. The death effects are here to stay. Something's got to teach you a lesson for trying to pick up your loot. Okay? How dare you? You think you won? Well, too bad for you. I spec'd martyrdom in COD Modern Warfare 2 to teach you a lesson. Now we're even. You know what I mean? Too bad. You shouldn't try to pick up the loot. You shouldn't have tried to pick up the loot. Minion AI fix? Oh, please. Yes, that's a good one. Minion AI fix. That needs to happen. I'm going to put on this and never despawn. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they came to the conclusion that the minions should just despawn if they're a screen away from you. That was the dumbest thing when I decided I was going to try minions. I was like, why on earth are they just deleting themselves because I walked slightly too far away? So freaking stupid. I'm down for a minion build every now and then, but that is like, I don't know how I haven't seen a million videos from minion players being like, this is garbage. Because that whole despawning thing was just, it's just so stupid. They don't TPD you? No, they don't. They don't. If you walk a screen away, they literally despawn and their timer to respawn starts. So if you decide to like walk over like here, let me do this. See, like these are all your dudes. If you walk to here, they just all just die. It's not like you're even like walking fast. It's like you have like 30 movements in boots and you're just walking. You're not even like, and they'll get stuck on something and then they'll just die. And they don't come back until their timer for their respawn goes through. It's like, it feels so terrible. How much do you think the minimum combined rarity of items gear may be? The threshold for div to drop. You need literally 0 rarity to drop a div. There's no... If you don't have 100 rarity, you don't drop a div. That's not how it works. If you have 0 rarity, you can drop a div. But if you have 100 rarity, you might be able to drop a div more often. How much it is, I have no freaking clue. I would look up the videos of people who freaking tested rarity and stuff and see what their conclusions were from how much data they collected. I have a hot take, Mr. Lance. What is it? Armor unchanged? Too late. I already have armor buffs. I'm going to put your armor unchanged there. Just so it's noted. Armor unchanged. Der Hoffman. Man has no faith in the justice system. Just straight up no faith in the justice system. Armor works okay if you're not in melee. No, armor just is just bad. It is just bad. Zooming out the Atlas map goes core. I don't know if I want to use the square for that. Surely they have to change armor. It's going to be something along the lines of, so guys, we didn't realize we forgot to update the armor formula. We were accidentally using the one from PoE 1 that no one used because it sucked and made armor trash. We've made this now the PoE 2's formula to use the PoE 1's formula. This will make armor better. And it will make armor better, but if they don't nerf it, yes, armor is still going to be bad in comparison. So we'll see what they do. You miss one more big issue, ragdolling by every small running monster knockback. That's this. That's this. You might not see it because it's in the small print, but if you look really close, you'll see bad mechanics overhauled. I put Delirium in here. Now I didn't put Delirium in here because I think overall it's a bad mechanic. I put Delirium in here specifically because those stupid monsters pushing you around that are invulnerable for 2 seconds. That's what this is. Because no one likes it. I have not met a single human on the planet that likes that. And surely they've gotten that feedback. And they're gonna make it not that way. And I'm gonna cope. Mr. Lance, armor is bad in PoE 1 as well, but in PoE you have damage taken as. I don't agree with that. I think there are cases in PoE 1 where armor is a good stat to invest into, but it has to be synergistic with what you're doing. Like certain builds, they can reasonably have armor in their character, but it depends. Which is how it should be, right? Adding utility flasks? Nope. No chance. Nope. No shot. Ain't no way. What do we do for our final square? Charm rework? What? I don't think they need to rework charms. Is charms really something that people have like an issue with? Charm slots added to the campaign. A Quicksilver charm? They're not giving us Quicksilver, guys. Okay, you're coping too hard. You're coping too. I'm putting that in the coping hard. Quicksilver charm. That is insane. No shot in any timeline in any universe are they giving us the Quicksilver charm. I don't believe it. Ain't no way. Let me cope? No. No, there's no shot. Warrior and mercenary buffs. That's okay. Well, we can do a generic one. Let's do a generic one for that. Bad skills buffed. And in parentheses, we'll put maces. Because everybody knows what we're talking about. Everybody knows what we're talking about. I think it's a pretty clear agreement maces are the worst, right? Inbuilt attack times are So feels bad. And my axe. Yo, good luck. Appreciate the sub, man. How you doing? I thought the console had a loot filter now. Does console have loot filter? I don't play console, so I have not heard that. Not yet. They do not. No, nope. Okay. Okay, then I guess the answer's no. Do you have Nerf Ingenuity and Temporalis? I don't. Because I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think either of those are going to happen. I tried to play Warrior after Monk and I gave up in 20 minutes. Yep. Attack time will do that to you. Crafting system added like Harvest? Ooh. I like that, but we're already full. I could get rid of something to add that. I have new map mechanic. I can delete this. And then I can add what you said. New crafting currency / mechanic added. I like that more. That's more specific, and I'm down for it. Combine Druid and Huntress. You want me to combine Druid and Huntress? You want me to do the combo slot? Elon ban, but not going to happen. It won't be in the announcement. It would be hysterical, though. Just imagine a public execution banning. Yeah, it won't happen, but I'm going to keep the square there for now. No game changes. We're just making a big announcement that we're banning one of the wealthiest men in the world. Yeah. Just complete. We weren't gonna do a stream today, but we decided to make a spectacle of it. The patch teaser was Executioner. True. Why was it the Executioner? Why was it the Executioner? That's a good point. That's a good point. Put them up here in the corner. Just a little bit further. There we go. Because more classes? That's a good point. That's a good point, because he is the guy, when you go to create, he's right here. I like that theory. And with him, we get the Druid. I like that theory. I like that theory. Down for that. Why not put him in the big void area on the right? Because I need space in case chat has more cope ideas that I want to add to the list of possibilities. Do you think there's any chance RF is a Druid skill? I don't. That's one of the people said over here RF added. I think RF is going to be a Templar thing. Like, when you think righteous, do you think Templar or do you think Druid? Right? Like, Templar is the holy man, right? You know? There's no, I just don't see it. I don't see RF being the Druid class versus the Templar archetype. The Druids are righteous with nature. I don't know if that works, guys. Templar is a zealot. I just think thematically, there's no shot RF gets added with the Druid over Templar. You guys can say you're right. You might be right, but I think it's a Templar thing. Primal Fire, you guys are coping. Hey, Lyriquin, how's it going, man? When I think RF, I think Templar and the Marauder. Marauder has been a mainstay for a lot of classes that have played Righteous Fire, so that's probably part of it, right? Like people play currently Chieftain RF. Previously, Jug was a go-to RF class, and even at one point, Berserker was an RF class. Man, was that a time to be alive. You guys remember that? When you could use, like, the freaking... Basically, all the nodes were generic damage, and they applied to RF. They weren't, like, attack-specific and stuff. It was beautiful. RF Berserker was a good time, man. It was a good freaking time. Trickster RF? I'm a fan of Trickster RF. I've done that a few different times. I'm an enjoyer of a good Trickster RF. I think my personal favorite's probably Guardian. I think of all the different RF builds, I probably have the most nostalgia for Guardian. And I think part of that is because it was on the, like, it was one of the first times I did it to a high success or something. Like, I think my RF experience was, the first time I did it as Chieftain. I literally clicked Chieftain, I clicked RF, and I made a character that sucked because I had no idea what I was doing. And then eventually I made some different builds. And then I tried Guardian back when Radiant Faith was, like, better. And then freaking Manabots killed it. And I've been salty about that for, like, years. And I haven't gotten over it yet. But Guardian I've done on a lot of different occasions. I always liked it. The idea of just going real chunky. Regret Orb added? Nah. I mean, the gold works fine for respecking. The cost is pretty reasonable at this point, I'd say. Respecking doesn't seem too much of an issue to me. Shadow or Duelist? I'm going to cope on the two classes that we knew were close to begin with. Shadow or Duelist might be possible, but I'm just going to cope on these two, because these are the ones that were close to begin with. Like, originally, they were thinking that the early access was going to have 8 classes, and these were on the list, right? Are they sending it live? Yeah. We will. This will be live. When does it go live? Are they already live yet? Path of Exile Boda. No, I just want to go to Path of Exile. They're not live yet. 15 minutes though. It's soon. Darth's channel is the interview. So they're doing the interview with Gazzy DM with Mark and Jonathan. That is going to be after. But before that, we'll release a short announcement video with details, upcoming patch, and the issues we're addressing in it. Tune in twitch.tv/PathOfExile to watch it live. I don't know, something's happening, and we're gonna see what that is. RF will be an Ascendancy skill. Don't say that. They're not gonna make it an Ascendancy skill. Surely not. Usually they're live an hour before. Yeah, it is kind of surprising they aren't live yet. It is a little bit sus. I'm missing the fourth quarter of the Bills and Broncos game for this? Sounds like you got your priorities straight to me. It's exactly where you should be. The 1.1 banger patch. Content on content. I'm definitely not coping too hard. If you look at the third thumbnail, your cam is normal sized. What thumbnail are you talking about? Tyler Nature says they're joining in 13 minutes. Wait, what? DM saying they're joining, like they're doing the interview in 13 minutes? Is this post a lie? They're doing this first before this thing? I'm confused now. Me too. That wouldn't make sense. No, it surely would be this first, right? They have a countdown that Mark and Jonathan are joining in 12 minutes. Following the patch announcement. What if it's a nothing burger? That's possible, dude. That's possible. I got all of my cope built up from this right here. It says they're going to do a video and then they're going to do this. Yeah, yeah. No how below the gauge got nerfs. There's just not enough spaces for nerfs, guys. I don't want the whole board to just be random specific nerfs. But yeah, that would probably be stuff I would expect is how below the cage god changes. Those would be on the list of things for sure. Druid coming? Nah, I want to cope, man. I want to cope. $11 minutes. 0 top left classes, Void? I know, same. Not a single thing will come true on your bingo board? I'm putting you over here. There's no shot. Verosia. Not a single thing on this bingo will come true. There's no way, man. There's no shot. Okay. Even if they add no content, at least they're gonna nerf some things. There's no way. Bottom if he's right? No. No, I will not. GG got bought by Elon and streams canceled. No, don't say that. There are 21,000. Mark and Jonathan, 10 minutes. Okay, I'm super confused. So are they actually just skipping this part? Is this just a bait? Or are they showcasing it on DM's channel? Because it is weird that they aren't live yet on here. They're probably showcasing on the channel, then, I would guess. You put that in preparation? Yeah, I guess so. Why would they link to PoE Twitch? Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense, right? It's weird that they don't have that they're not live on here yet, though. Like a countdown or something. Guess we'll know shortly. We will know shortly. In due time. Asking Gazzy's channel? Yeah, I guess we can ask. Wait, is Gazzy streaming this too? He's streaming too. Nah, I'll just wait 8 minutes. And my Actio and Zozen. Appreciate the sub, man. We'll just chill for 8 minutes. I'd be shocked if there's anything more than an announcement of soon TM classes and big thank you. Come on, man. You gotta believe a little bit. You gotta inject the cope straight into the vein. There's no shot they announce a patch in a podcast, no way. Why wouldn't they be live on this channel yet, though? My axe. Yo, Lyra Quinn. Appreciate the sub, man. Just realized there's a camera. Where even is the camera? Oh my word, it's right here. Zoop. We'll chill. Where are we gonna chill at? Is this bingo in the announcement or them confirming stuff after? It'll apply to both. We'll just see what things appear, what things don't. We will see. 7 minutes? Yeah, we're close. Not live. Okay, I'm kind of having my doubts, though. Omen's now Giga Common? I doubt that. Is that how the patch notes have me? The hell is this picture? Didn't even load. What? What? Is that... Why do you have a video of me licking my upper lip like that? I'm thinking, dude. I'm focusing. Give us the volume? What is even the audio of this? I don't know if I trust it. No, it's muted. It doesn't look like there is an audio option. Yes. That is a face of focus. You know what's hilarious though? I've seen both Charlotte and Nolan do this whenever they're focusing on something. They're live? Wait, what? So it is going to be on the podcast? I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm going to silence the background music so it's not playing when we're looking at this. 100% you just finished eating some cheeses. I think what I was doing was probably I was focused while playing PoE. That is a focused face. I'm not mentally aware I'm doing that. Gotta hit login. We're coping so hard, no way they add stuff. Yeah, I'm a little bit suspect now. I feel like I was baited by this. I feel like I was baited. But you never know. Gruthamac, you have context? Do you actually have context? See? I was focusing, man. I was focusing. I was locked in for the optional boss. Yes, dude. This guy has a support gem, okay? Devour viable? Yeah. I was ready, man. I was freaking ready. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I thought they were going to release a balance manifesto before the podcast. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing now. They said there's going to be... Okay, well... I don't know. We'll release a short announcement video with details of upcoming patch. The issues we were addressing in it. Tune in. Watch it live. I guess they're going to showcase it and then they'll do the podcast right away. And my axe. We have no audio. You guys can't hear this at all. Well, I have it muted right now.
Video afterwards. It's hosted.
You guys can hear this, right?
It goes to his YouTube VODs. There is currently a storm in Alaska because I am stuck.
Like you can hear that when I unmute it, right? It's a lot of new chatters, yeah. That is a lot of new chatters. You gotta hit it with the login. 3 minutes. 3 minutes incoming soon. 3 minutes to fireside sale all your items before the nerfs? Yeah, we'll see. All those chatters think it's a command. It's not a command. Everybody knows, dude. Everybody knows it's time to log in. Okay? This is what you do. This is a go-to. We have one for PoE too as well. Interesting. I bought my Ingenuity today. I hope it moves to T4. You're hoping it's going to go up in value? I have $50 that they tripled down on it all. Are you saying they're not going to buff armor or maces, and I'm going to keep clicking ES and being more powerful than armor or mace builds? No shot. Surely they see the error in their ways, that it needs balance. I tried playing without Archmage today, and I'm pretty sure no matter how much they nerf Archmage, it will still be very strong. They need to nerf it by an incredible margin. I really, really, really do not believe they are going to nerf it enough to make it not still a completely dominant class. They need to nerf it by such a large amount. I don't think they will. I don't think they have the gusto to do what it takes. F you, leave Sork alone. I don't think they're gonna nerf it enough. I think Sork's still gonna be really good, John. I'm just saying. I think it's so much stronger than a lot of the other classes. What they would need to do to make it balanced compared to the other classes is too much. That they're not gonna pull the trigger that hard. Will Spark build survive tonight? I believe so. I believe Spark Mage will still be very good, but we'll see. We're gonna find out. Spark Mage is nerfed multiple ways, not just Archmage. Yeah, and I don't think they're gonna nerf it enough. We'll see. They wouldn't dare. Yeah, it's a dangerous place to go. All right.
987654321, and here we go. Muting Mike.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing PoE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet.
What? No!
In this video we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here.
Okay.
First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests, number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps.
Okay.
Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire, Bluff, and Mesa.
Hell yeah.
We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring.
Right on.
We're now also spawning more maps with bosses.
Yes.
The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
Yes.
Strongboxes also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We both changed the level of clutter on some maps and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental
Visual
explosion
clutter guy
effects
knew.
have visibility improved, stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies.
Okay, good.
Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Yes.
done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel.
Thank you.
And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20% to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses. For Ritual, we've made Omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often.
Good.
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away.
Oh.
This makes them much easier to find.
Oh, yeah.
To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map.
Nice.
Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low level uniques. But we realized that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch we are buffing a lot of uniques.
Right.
These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too.
Get rid of the
We have some
level
great
requirement
uniques
with
to use.
implicits. Tell me they did that too.
We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another
Hey, they're
socketable.
doing it, guys.
Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silverfist Commander roll now does a lot less damage. Plague Bearer's Detonate Dead can no longer be used from off-screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off-screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item
Where
fill
is he?
system is currently not working.
Kill G easy
This means that
peasy.
they
You owe
can't
me
use
5
item
gifted
filters like
subs.
the PC users can. For
You owe me.
0.1 will be enabling the same system that PoE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the PoE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
Right on.
The song of the exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Now we're talking.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in. That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try and address them. I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future.
Sounds like Archmage OP till next league. Is that what I heard?
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome.
No nerfs.
We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it'll just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us 1 moment here.
Mod that guy? Which guy? Which guy am I modding? Because we definitely got some things, right? We didn't get a lot of stuff I was coping for. We did not get a lot of stuff I was coping for. Console filter. I know I put it in here somewhere. Did I not put console filter in here? Got it. Citadel buffs. Yep. Armor buffs. Uh-huh. They did not do any of the balance changes. Rune swap we got. I don't think we're not getting a bingo though. We're not even close to getting a bingo. Dang it! No waystone tab? No, I don't think so. Did they say anything about minion AI? I don't think they did. More may come from the interview. Yeah. I don't think we're getting a bingo though. No new content? It doesn't look like new content. Well, no, there is new content. I mean, the new content is a lot of the end game stuff. The, basically it's some new tile sets. It's overhauling the end game league mechanics a bit. Not freaking new class though, unfortunately. This is what I was hoping for, man. This is what I was dreaming of. No nerfs? Yeah, it sounds like they're not doing nerfs. It sounds like they might just be waiting to do the nerfs until the patch. Yo, Handsome Whiskey, appreciate the sub, man. New tower maps? Yeah, new tower maps. Towers adjusted. Citadels you can see in the fog. Some good stuff. Waiting for League to do the nerfs? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're doing that with the early access, to be honest. But hey, you know, fair enough. Maybe people said we wouldn't get a reset. It sounds like they want to do a reset, but it's not going to be in January probably. If we're getting it. It's only been a month. New class act is hard coping. Let me cope. Let me cope. Bye, Action Death Rage. Appreciate the sub, man. They'll rebalance and reset the new class releases after PoE 1 League at a minimum. You think so?
Of audio now. Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right, and then
Let's
lovely
go.
co-host Gazi here.
Lovely
I'm
co-host.
covering up the Chayula
Mic check,
monk, by the
mic
way.
check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again, as much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes. But yeah, no, it's real good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit, not too long, but just a little bit, and now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a
Wait till he
long,
finds
long,
out
long
what
burn last
Connor
year,
thinks
so it was
about him
good to get
going
a
on
little bit of a
vacation.
break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
And it
Awesome
seems
to hear.
it seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like, we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But the thing now is, of course, going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state. We like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So
Is there anything about armor?
So don't waste
Armor
anyone's
buffs
time.
confirmed.
And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes
Nerfs
that
for
have been
Spark?
showcased was the
Doesn't sound like
team
they're nerfing
most
anything.
excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Yeah, which is exciting in its own.
Sure,
to see
sure.
how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So.
Yeah. So I mean that's good, but yeah, really it's like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck.
Good stuff.
That's kind of our main goal.
So
Good perspective.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful, say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain. The other thing is it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map.
Empty.
But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors that doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So having those different kind of axes is really interesting, where you are thinking about that as you go. Now people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character. Like, is this map actually fun or not, right?
There's going to be extra juice for
in-game was a least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play. And be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that in-game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map, you've run it and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should hopefully protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE 1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Val Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way?
I guess ideally, like there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to like, this is the worst map because you go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that yes are just like, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds. But then again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, screen clearing AoE-centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, more rare monsters. They've got, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds. The bad case
of this though is definitely the tower map, because it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So hopefully we've addressed that one. Like that was really urgent to address because it's like it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
But even so, like obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Better visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it helps
more open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. They're still relatively narrow here and there, but much better to clear.
Mm-hmm.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss
more monsters,
instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, and that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like we want to hear what the players say, but then we always want to confirm with our own experience that like when we do what they're doing, that we're getting the same experience before we can kind of make a good decision about what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain. And so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like that's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you, upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like, I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
Skill issue.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that someone who's.
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty and dying, and like it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps. I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps. And I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain. I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself. And I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. So. We have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on.
No safety for the noobs.
It's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of wealth that you found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that is on us because we need to adjust that so that you that you only start effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like there's quite a lot to that, and that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time.
Elon's not going to play the game.
But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so,
different that you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But
say it.
Yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts. None of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or monitoring
Okay.
outside of that. So we
Okay.
have intention to add something to that.
Special
and
mods.
Probably to a lot more of them over time as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content. But yeah, over like, you know, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, like
yeah,
for sure.
it just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we're in a position where we're going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Fair. I like that take. Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right? And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to why wait with adding extra attempts? To
ultimately, the reason is just time. So it might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and like we were like, are we gonna, like, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're gonna get time to do the others, so we'll just like promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. But yeah, effectively, there's like a little bit of trickiness around each one to like just work out all the states of everything. Like, I mean, if you're looking at like just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just, you know, someone has to do it. Is like for the breach one, for example, we have to decide like, okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, like you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's like, okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint in the thing, and that means we have to like do someone has to go write some code to like make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and you know, it's just like random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that like it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But I mean, we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just like, someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just, you know,
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that, like, you know, respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So yeah, it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we, you know, get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to so we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal. So yeah, as far as we could tell, it was just the just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that like was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, they, you know, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected, and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened, and those would then explode at the end of the phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Like certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other 2. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating, like, I think it's 1 billion different blocks, and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that, just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, you know, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
All right.
I can
He
tell
just doesn't want to admit
I
the
see the thing is,
facts.
I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to like, you know, just to bait the conspiracies. But yeah, no, there was nothing weird going on there.
It's just RNG. Like, you have to. I did catch
it's
in
just
the video.
RNG. That's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So but basically all that is literally just that there where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. but after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell like where the that's like not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a citadel spawn like right next to where you start, because that would be ridiculous. Yeah, effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Yeah. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. That I think, because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly, but the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content. And effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out like there were some anomalies around like what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of like somewhat random things about like how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not like huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things like I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was like I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could
occasionally, but whatever. The point is like there was a few things like that were going on, and we effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about like high end, like high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not like mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity,
mentioned bigger zoom out. They did.
You say top tier, like tier 1. You actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that, because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards, so I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow-up on that.
Go back
it
to
is
T1s
sometimes
being
very
T1s.
frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier relatively soon. But again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this, because we've got this whole T1 versus T
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that. But then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway.
Just make them all.
I don't know. That was
go back to the old system.
It
was better.
Whatever.
Like, let T1 be T1
might be
again.
Confusing if T1 meant no, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like,
let T1 be T1.
Yeah, fine. But this is just a random small topic, but just one of those.
No,
things.
it's important, Jonathan. It's important.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see ask for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, like I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation of that. It was just a little bit too dodgy to release on early access start. So we just need to get that sorted and then tested and so that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all
Talking
through the
about the
game
hot
that need
swap?
like
Yes!
futzing around with. So, but that I definitely appreciate. And like part of that is literally because when we're in the, this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that.
Yeah.
Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, what's a question that I was asking about? What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
Well, I know you were saying. I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah. I had my whole okay. Obviously, people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me. Well,
hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it off to those people who do one shot it. But we'll see how that goes. But
the tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs. And there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with us, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that, like, we actually have an understanding now of, like, what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first, like, true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? Ideally it sort of there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff.
Real melees.
I'm going to say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that in terms of like how it evolves that way. So that's going to be a
buffs in my nerf game. How could they?
But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
There might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like
might be a few
things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal
is
of
that
like
a few.
The sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on. That was.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with a economy reset. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
So there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, absolutely during early access there'll be new leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well, as doing all the balance stuff and lots of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order to be able to do that.
Just going back quickly, we have a kind of few classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or you know,
loops,
something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now, you know,
like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS,
confirmed,
then that is not alright, right? Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address, but ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable. Yeah. It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So, like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly, you know, our fault, and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it to like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But, you know, often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously fixing bugs are, you know, something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the you know, economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
Right. All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. It's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG? Right. And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website.
Really?
And we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no like they didn't realize that this has occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, they there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised, like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Did something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that so notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts, and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally, rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of PoE 2. So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like we literally don't know what happened here. Like the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record like, all the data that's sent on a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that like, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially very afraid that there'd been some kind of larger data breach here where like they would somehow had access to our servers or something like that was going on. Like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. All of that really, really sucks. And especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't, like, easily find out what even frickin' happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working out what's happening here. But, that seems to be what occurred.
So just to quickly, for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that. Sure. And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare like a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really, really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our freaking support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added like if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like, it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you, and then now it's like storing personal information, and then like what's the GDPR implications of that? And like there's just like it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. So yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts. You can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can you can physically deal with that, right? So that one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs you know, the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, you know, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.? Right.
So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So like that's like, I think that it works, things work the best when you've kind of got like, you know, like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual, like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, you know, we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, yeah, I mean, like that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like, so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that, you know, people actually come back and play it and like that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. Like so we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So yeah, as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Within January, surely.
So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. Like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like, so there would be, okay, so imagine we release one act, right? It's like, how does it fit exactly into having the leveling, like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like, that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like, do you have Act 4, you can also play Act 1 or Act 4? Or like, you know, like, it's kind of just weird, right? And like, so like from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means like all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have like more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this like complicated like puzzle around this, and it's like, and what we kind of thought, like, there are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And yeah, it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like, releasing the acts one at a time would make the making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like, it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right?
Just do
so
it
like
then.
that would be something that we could do, but and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like you say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, you know. So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. Yeah, on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So yeah, I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But yeah, as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people in the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I don't think people care too much about what
we have a long
little
list.
acts they're doing.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now the perception has been one thing, and I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the
Jonathan's having flashbacks to Palstron,
which is kind of showing that it's fine. So, what do you guys think about Magic Find in its current state?
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, like, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that, like, anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all, and which is, like, a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily...
they're not going to
agree with that position, but like, you know, it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work. And ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which, you know, like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean, that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which, again... completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, yeah, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, you know, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because, even though you had Slippery Jim do this, you know, the great service, there'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So yeah, we just need to look into this a bit more honestly to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But but I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So we'll see how it goes.
So a follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live where people are like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern like this week because of the fact that like there's other things that we think, like we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like that's the kind of, our focus right now, which I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where like it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which you would look at that as quantity
the amount of
because
times
like you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers look fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. Well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, I sort of often say, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion. Of the
maces. Just say maces.
So
we all know it's maces.
Let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue, and I don't know that I've got a solution for you right now. But we do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed.
Get rid of the attack time.
It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and you know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the Ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having used the Herald of Ice tech, which is very speculative,
freaking snitch!
Nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy, I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Part of the recalibration.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods, just one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
Yeah.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal.
What?
I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like...
What is a 20% buff? What are we talking about here?
There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where, like, white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay,
It's
like when you're
bad.
talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits, but sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with. And so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little
Sounds
bit.
like bosses need to hit harder if you
It's
ask
again
me.
one of these things I do need. I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into. But that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around
Delete
it.
ES. It's that simple.
There's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other
Nerf its counter op.
defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like the strength characters, effectively need to have around defense.
No, that's
so,
not
like
the
stuff like that.
Because
Can
even
kind
if
of
you
matter a
delete
lot,
ES,
so,
you still don't click.
Like
armor.
Wind Dance is
Ever.
universally
'Cause it's just so
just
bad.
better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be
yeah.
paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region.
Only 15.
Our changes in 011.
I said 20 as a joke.
And then
Oh no.
yeah, a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider, that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, I mean, sure, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield, and so like it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on.
They're OP.
So
not
would-
to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some,
they're
there's
gonna
some
be
meeting
nerfed,
in the
Mark.
middle
Don't-
that we need to do for sure.
Don't sugarcoat it.
So to give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor. It has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
It's bad.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those with any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on it.
Oh, what do they have?
You have shields.
Yeah.
Anyone can put on a
you are
shield.
right. That it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
There's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slowed, protect you from slows. And honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows.
Thank you.
And so it doesn't even work against them. And like there's
Okay.
a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
yeah, it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But
I
on the other,
don't think you get enough charm slots. Just like
yeah,
I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots. To be honest,
I agree.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had
you
patched
did?
that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but honestly, we're not all the way there yet, for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? Because it feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
I don't think I feel that hindered clicking ingenuity.
So this is the whole like if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots, plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's
probably.
no harm in it now, at least.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state there and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now, unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like one thing, of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure. But I don't think that's exactly what you're getting at, right? Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there, and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right?
Slot machine
And there's
gamers, rise
more
up!
we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line, but that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
I mean, before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that like there's still something along those lines we might be able to do one day to kind of work that out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over, that's like determinism, and so that like
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure.
Like,
So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because you crafting would always get you something better. Yeah, like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said, if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And what else is there in there? I guess like there's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual as opposed to core drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which need to think about it more and look more. But yeah, certainly there is the feedback of like, the crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with, because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's divining, and whatever we're doing with the items. Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items, because right now you drop an item and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some chaos orbs. And the meta crafts, which are behind it, almost that's a different topic which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading, but the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means RNG and then next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of crazy systems.
But we'll make sure that like. I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. Fossils, but because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content. And certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that for sure.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
No, divines have a sink.
Yeah, so
you use
what
it
I'm
on
saying
items.
is like they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher
People
quantity
use them,
of
though.
them. And the result of it is
People
that
use
now
them on items.
that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their items off. they're now, one rare, one life pair of boots with 10% movement speed now cost 50 divines.
use them,
if I'm gonna
but you use them,
exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking
That's why
about the
Divines
the price
stabilized,
in
they didn't
Divines
keep
is going
going
up
up.
as
the
opposed to the
value
price
of a
of the
divine is
the
going
value
up.
of a
Yes.
divine is
The
going up. Okay, for sure.
item value.
Use them
yeah.
all the time.
Sure. Well, I mean,
Most people don't, but they're being
there's nothing
spent.
I can
That's
kind
the
of
point.
initially
That's why
go
they have
into
a
with this,
value.
other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out
When
what
you
we're
sell a
going to
divine,
use
somebody's
to
buying
sync
it
these
from
things
you.
more. The intention with
I just
divines
used 10
is that
div on
you'd
the
sync
Amulet
them
to 50
into
spirit.
make,
Yeah.
like, if there's enough
I used freaking 11 to get my bonus
Like,
quiver to be 14.
things where you want to re-roll mod values on, which, like, is
I've used more than 100
uniques,
at this point.
ideally.
Yeah, people are using them.
Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to
That's why
roll
they have value.
to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well,
Maybe
I mean,
there's
we
not
don't
enough?
we don't have enough unique items.
For sure, for sure.
we don't. We need a lot more.
We
which
do,
is,
we
is
do.
another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for
And of course, the thing in
Well,
PoE 1 with
the thing
things
is
were
there is a
priced
sink.
and that
That's the
currency
point,
can
though.
help, but we don't have anything
Saying
quite
there's
like
not
that,
a
I
sink for
suppose.
is not true.
I mean,
They're-
look, if
they
that's
have
a
a
problem, we'll
purpose.
just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not
Right,
many.
right, not many.
Ingenuity.
You
Yeah,
won't
fair
know,
enough.
well, yeah, not many.
Astramentus.
Astromantis,
That's like the two
Ingenuity.
main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop
Right.
a divine orb on a Ventur's gamble. So it's like that's
Mhm.
literally gambling.
hmm
But like in
Mhm.
PoE 1, we have the option of meta crafting being a currency sync for
Tomato
divine
shield,
orbs,
yeah.
transformer
Yeah.
exalted. So it creates this natural flow,
sure.
but also provides this crafting method for people to actually kind of help the state of crafting that people are looking for. Right now, they're omens, and because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like even players that plays a lot. I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are.
Hello.
And that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One
Right,
other
right, right.
one other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had
This
about
has been the
magic
price
buying
of divines
influencing
for,
the
like, the past
economy
week.
in relation to currency drops. being
Inflation would
upgraded.
imply this number would
So,
go up.
I know that's one portion
And it
we
would
talked
just
about.
keep
You're
going
gonna
up.
Look at previously too. So I
Gone to
think these two
120 to
probably
100 to
tie in together
120.
here.
It's stuck around because people are using them, guys.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though
It was 128 at some point. Yeah, and it didn't keep
We
going
are
up.
at least making omens more common, so
Yes.
hopefully
yes,
that
yes,
there is
is.
a-
But I mean
helps to
that
some degree.
There's
But
113
I think we
yesterday. Yeah, it's
then
been
also
going-
need
it's been
more
fluctuating,
uniques
right?
and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more
Probably fluctates
uniques
with the
that
time of day.
would have
depending on
divine
what
sinks.
people are
And
logged
then
in.
I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency. Because I mean,
Fair
I
enough.
suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay.
This whole
So
inflation
we'll move on
argument's
here.
baloney,
We
though.
have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular? Especially when
no
it
one
comes
knows
to
anyone doing strong boxes.
how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like let's say the ritual, expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strongbox is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal.
Thing versus non-thing
we have to make
mechanics.
some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the things, stuff you predict is coming. You can see the icons, you can apply them with the, you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is
They
coming.
talk about Elon now.
Because
I
you
don't
don't want
think
to
they
put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting.
I have
You can
piece
do
of that
exciting
there,
within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really, it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But
Yeah.
what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
Like
about. Even.
hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
So
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke if we could release breach monster reduce breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them as better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And there's probably a few more adjustments
It's
we'll make
more
from
about
there.
the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff until it's good, right? I mean, simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations, so you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like we're not happy with how the quest. The quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't mean
of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. You know, still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to end game and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at end game just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a more. Like and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more, basically, just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to end game of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different
For sure.
from campaign to end game. And yeah, as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression, at least, as you go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing. Then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting. It's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, I mean, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to.
Okay, I'm back.
And
Sorry about
something
that.
just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that.
No snacks.
Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going, sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker, and, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into, based on the tutorialization, they're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, yeah, it's not as friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE 1 players, it's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this. And now I'm just like obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those like story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just like map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're like getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that like very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, kind of random stuff. What am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, But again, PoE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that like know how the blast, like they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are like kind of learning the game, getting into the end game that might like get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, one pour though? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one pour though feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Porto state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Porto defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided like we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're gonna try like that, and that's kind of where we came to like, well, first we'll try with this pinnacle stuff. We'll like make sure that that's like something, because that's actually something we've got like true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and like the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if like then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible, and the 6 portal thing, like it really just does. To me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole like 1 death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that like it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as like, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's like the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the obviously monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and like I think that's a little bit of a different situation. But you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe die once or twice if you're not ultra powerful. And then you get into maps and you're immediately sprung on like heaps of different monster permutations, and they're doing things, and you're getting killed all the time, and there's a lot to learn. You do the next map and you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like not being so overzealous.
Yeah,
and
I might agree with that. Act 3 Cruel
so
it's
just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to like have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So like I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one
MF
portal
map over
and
again,
adjust
right?
the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask.
Yeah.
I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can, because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay? Let's just dive into it. We're going to talk about ailments, damage over time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE 1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE 1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Now that one.
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE 1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters, and everything else can't really scale them currently.
Yeah.
And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE 1 route where it's a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, you know, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you know, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
It's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got like different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation like, for example, in you know, you've got the whole like damage effectiveness on spells in PoE 1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but like I'm saying, it's just another example of one of those things where you like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this like sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything. And I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance stuff, you kind of end up with more of these kind of normalization procedures that go on.
Comment on trigger
and so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE 2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE 1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE 2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
I thought that the thing with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does, but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works, that is not how that is meant to work.
Yeah.
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look. And then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
bleed was actually supposed to be like an anti-mage mechanic, not a like, you know, like as in like you can bleed someone past their energy shield. So like that was kind of the idea there. So
and I'm wrong, then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So.
Well, again,
we could easily be wrong. Like, it's amazing how...
It also could be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally.
Or
that is another thing also. And, like, someone may have fixed this 2 weeks ago and we never got
If they make bleed work against CI, then CI
I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
All right. Moving forward here, we are on elements. And now we are into ascendancy swapping is the next topic here. So these are kind of going back to conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe? But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure. But so, I don't know, it's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final, but that being said, we have re-speaking of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot. You know,
Mark is pro
just
not
to overrule it
respecting
just
Ascendancy.
because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But also, once again,
he's
like
pro
other people on
re-roll?
the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at
That's
what
a
those
majority,
ascendancy
baby.
classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on here?
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of does. I don't really think that really holds much water.
It's less for new players, I guess.
Yeah.
But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly, but you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another,
Lighting some fire.
you know, 55 times this year. So
You're not equipped to
Sure,
make
we're
the
just at the
decision
start
yet.
of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, so time to kill, a pinnacle boss is by many of the stronger builds in the game. I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended assign something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So yeah, it's not right. And that's just, you know, there's some builds that are outrageous. And, you know, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So, you know, yeah.
when you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. You know, not like.
Okay. Oh, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like, this is an awesome, you know, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same thing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that.
Yes.
The ideal world is there'd be a whole, you know, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and
you don't want bad
into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that.
Do I want to do it if the rare was at the beginning of the map?
Yeah, there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in, you know, clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the Pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual Pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
the Pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the Pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting.
Points,
but there's
baby.
certainly a better job we can do of that.
Make
And
the
how
tree
you
bigger.
acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like,
Expand.
all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, yeah, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now.
Let's go.
As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a yeah.
Yeah, it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there
Done
for
soon.
release.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Be done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some mini questions for you guys
Elon's
as well.
maps.
Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the sister, and it was predictive network mode and lockstep. What is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it, seeing how people are performing right now with this?
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the predictor's just not. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only have
Yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet. So, that's just not something that.
The hell are they doing?
That we've got. But yeah, we
Who
do
gave
need
them a
to get
vacation
working.
that long?
I think it was just disabled mostly out of
Mess
caution.
them
Right?
up.
We just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah,
there
we
were,
need to get it
there were
sorted.
some things that didn't work
Yep.
in that mode, and we had
Connor
to
is
re-engineer
fuming
them.
right now.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah,
fuming.
we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans around making this a little bit
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure,
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes.
talking about mana
there's
It's just a matter of
cost yet?
individual
No.
balance
bunch of-
things.
to be addressed?
There's still
Hopefully
some
they
areas.
asked that.
Yeah, yeah.
I have not.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down. And we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch.
Time to buy a
if we can't work it out
non-NVIDIA card.
internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will allow us to debug this does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So like, I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So yeah, there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here, and hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
Got it.
And
Turns out this
it's kind
is
of
an
annoying how it
AMD
takes so long
ad
to
the whole
reproduce. Like there's
time.
even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there.
Yeah.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them.
Mana
and
question?
then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go
I
on,
don't know.
guys.
I don't know if we're getting the mana question, guys.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor, minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word "come on."
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean, yeah, like this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, you know, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's like smarter somehow that like fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than than it waiting until the next refresh. So like that'll at least maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to like work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah,
that'll
more
help a
needs to be
lot.
done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about with
For
the
sure,
build.
for
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
For them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a
I meant to say.
damage perspective, not hugely, no. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And so
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively?
Sure.
And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So, like, I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of, like, boss slams coming, and then, but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive, and how do I do this at the same time? So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable, and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So the problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail, and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. but there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often certain skills are just wiping out all your minions and all of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
going, man.
understand
Me
the
too.
idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant used convocation could be a solution to that, which would help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minions' movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
That
you've
sounds
tracked,
like
or-
a bug to me.
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon
Yeah, yeah.
as.
I just need to look into what's
Our
going on.
developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll
Yeah.
get onto fixing them.
Yeah.
A
There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed, like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon. It took more work than we expected, actually. Like there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2 there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a specter come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud. And so if you've got it as a specter, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a specter that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes,
that is
still,
well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper specter mastering, so to speak, on all their audio for all the monsters. But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles. And so if you actually put, multiple projectiles on it, might not affect it in the way you think. And like from a damage perception of like, I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine. But then there'll be some weird thing where, because, with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like, you know, exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a specter of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But you know, it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make specters of all of them, which is you're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say, yeah, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fire.
Mana
we'll say whatever
cost.
we can
Ask
within
about
5
mana
minutes,
cost.
and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
That's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally. Do you have
I
any
believe that's
feeling-
resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one. I
Okay,
believe
he's ridiculous.
I
Got it.
saw it on the
Thank you.
list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills. Oh yeah,
It
sure.
was
There's something.
it was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something.
Yeah.
There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after
He's
the
insane.
patch,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we'll make more changes
Yeah.
if needed. Yeah.
OP.
Yeah.
Okay, so auction house. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an auction house or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world.
Yeah.
It's my understanding.
Yeah.
Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated Ascendancy trial. So, for any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for the stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So Ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in PoE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the
visually
intention
tell
is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that are give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like it's just this freaking it's cancer in games generally. Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
Yeah. We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flask slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But...
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just for fast travel. It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so yeah, we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we'd need to do perfectly.
Sure.
Yeah.
On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I mean, I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go? I'll think about that. I'm not really against that.
Yeah. Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Right. Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva normally does this.
For that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan Dome with the Life Flask or the Charm Duration. You can't select from like Chaos to Attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change ascendancies? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change it.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay. Movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or I mean, basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So, how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, you know, like, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel different.
I like it. Yeah. I like having it that, like, I think it's good.
I mean, like if you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? We're like, you know, so anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last 2, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want to be
in general, no, like.
Yeah,
if you're looking at like, you know,
like we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this, then maybe we would think about it. It's just a question of
more of a generic question I was getting. Okay, last one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're you know, with co-op here.
I think it's.
There's something not right about it.
There's something not right about it, I agree, but I do think you do need it.
Looks like we're not getting the mana question.
Physical, but there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually... No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player, instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. I'll that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from PoE 1 to PoE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can in the near future. I honestly like. So the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on to?
It's probably, it turned into more work than we initially anticipated, for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like, you know, it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions when, especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some resources, a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But yeah, it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but yeah, we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about, bit
of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah. So I figured I'd just throw it out there, but that's
good.
it, guys. You want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say
No mana
thank you
question.
for coming, and it always happens. We say 1.5 hour.
Mm-hmm.
It always goes above, and we very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long, but pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon. Then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you. Also appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but. Thanks for your time.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed
Come on, I'm gonna ask the more questions.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, future interviewers. They don't have a clock, guys. They don't have a clock. Okay, so you just go over the time limit and keep asking questions. Easy peasy. Just keep asking. Patch notes will be published in a few days. Keep an eye on the news. Okay, so patch will be this week. Not half bad. No new content, unfortunately. But we got some pretty good stuff in there. Some stuff I wasn't necessarily expecting either. Got a few new maps. Yeah, well, yeah, we did get the new tower maps, right? And they improved the one tile set for it. Waystone tab is coming. Yep. It's in the soon TM category. No bingo, though? Nope. As per usual, we do not win the bingo. Hot swap? They mentioned hot swap. Wait, I kind of missed that question a little bit. Did they say it was just in the works? Or did they say it was like a soon TM situation? Hot swap is coming. It's in the soon TM category. Yo, sick. I'm getting buffed. Almost done. Ooh. That sounds nice. That's me. I need that. But technically, this was done, right? Next time Killja Easy Peasy's in chat, I'm going to locate him and I'm going to be like, hey, man, remember when you said you were going to give me 5 subs if console loot filter came first? Well, here we are. Pay up. I bought a Dream Fragments instantly when patch notes released at 80 divs, and it's already 95. Wait, what? There aren't any patch notes yet. What do you mean? They didn't give us any patch notes. What do you mean they released patch notes and you bought a Dream Fragments? Me, if it's been 5 weeks this way, I'm not getting nerfed. Lance, you're crazy, Connor. You'll get nuked for it. You got so lucky, by the way. Oh, you got so freaking lucky. You got lucky. Okay, no, we don't know you got lucky yet. Okay, you remember when he tucked in the little line? He was like, "Yeah, we nerfed a couple things." He did say that at one point, right? You might still be dead. Okay, he said we nerfed a couple things. He said it. I remember it. You guys remember it? He did say something like just a couple of the outliers. That could be you, Connor. I sold my Dream Fragment for last night for 88. Bought a new one for 55 today. Non-corrupted, of course. Wait, what? You bought one for 55? Did that guy scam himself? Are they actually going for 55? They look like they're back up. Stonks. 19 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. So there's been some movement in the Dream Fragment speculation market for sure. For sure. How prices? What do the Howl prices look like? They look fine. They look normal. I guess it's non-corrupted you look at, probably. Corrupted. No. There's 1,000 of these on trade, guys. There's not enough people playing Howa. This is gonna be pretty stable, I think. 4% with 1 to 12 has already gone up 15 divs. Well, I mean, that's if you hit like a Giga Chad corruption, right? What's Temporalis at? Temporalis? Looks like it's like 80 to 90 div, roughly. 90 divs the first non-AFK people, currently speaking. The current non-AFKers. I meant to ask in the middle of that stream, but, well, I didn't mean to ask. I wasn't going to ask in the middle of the stream because I didn't want to interrupt listening to the interview, but you guys started saying at one point the audio was getting whack. Was that my mic doing like a feedback issue where it started like blasting you guys or something? It was like it was pretty early on. The stream was good. It started sounding choppy. It was a crazy echo. Interesting. I don't know what that was. I muted myself and then I was trying to adjust the audio, but I didn't really know what was going on for you guys, so I'm sorry about that. It's crackly and choppy. Interesting. Wonder why that would be. It was at one point when Mark was talking, so I just wasn't sure what was going on. Just a couple seconds, okay. I didn't know if that was an issue with... Because I know previously when I've been walking, my mic got freaking static boomed or whatever. The patch is confirmed for tomorrow? No delays? Oh, they confirmed the patch for this week. I don't think they said what day it was going to be. It wasn't the mic thing. Okay, good. So, I just wasn't sure. I just saw a bunch of people saying, oh, the audio. And I was like, oh, great. I was like, I don't know what you guys are hearing on your end. So, glad it didn't last for very long. Do you think they're going to add bleed applies energy shield for CI or something? Maybe. That question I feel like was a little weird. Because was it a thing where... Because there's two separate things, right? There's the thing where ES builds, like CI builds are immune to bleed, versus if you're a bleed build, do you apply a bleed to a ES-based monster? Which is that I think was the... I think there was a bit of like a miscommunication between DM and Mark. What the hell am I doing here? Oops. Dean was saying that bleed builds don't bleed ES mobs. And is that actually true? I haven't played bleed builds. Because if that's true, that does sound pretty scuffed. It is true. Yeah. They'll fix that then, I would think. It'd be funny if they fix that and then CI builds start getting insta one-shot by bleed. 65 Adoran with a top roll magic jewels or top rolled rare jewels in Spark Mage. I mean, if you have 4-stat rare jewels, I'd probably go with those. Adoran, you kind of want jewels with like 2 good stats and then a corruption usually, I'd say. My Corrupting Cry build has to dot through energy shield so much. Does your Corrupting Cry doesn't do damage to energy shield, or it does? Because Corrupting Cry is separate than bleed, right? Also, I wasn't saying it earlier, but the Gruthamac did this, right? Is Gruthamac the one who made this? Lance licking? Yeah, Gruthamac, of course it is. This feels... The way it's zoomed in makes me kind of look a little creepy. Okay, I don't appreciate it. The context matters, guys. I was focused. I was gaming. And I think we should all know that that is the context, okay? I was doing the Devour fight for the first time, okay? I was going in blind, basically. I did not need to be recorded about whether or not I may or may not have been licking my lips a little bit while doing the fight. Deals damage to energy shield, but Hex Blast also deals damage to energy shield, even though it's Chaos damage based skill, which should do damage through ES. Chaos doesn't go through ES in PoE 2. Gypsum Reborn. The difference in PoE 2 is Chaos damage deals double to ES. Mana cost will be reduced on all skills. Lance licking. They didn't say that though. They didn't even ask about it. Are Temporalis safe to buy now? Are they safe to buy? I mean, they haven't said anything about the economy situation. My guess is when they talked about solving the economy stuff, they literally just talked about a reset. So like maybe when they're thinking about the Temporalis dupe, they're thinking it's a problem that solves itself when they do a fresh economy. You solve the economy by leagues. Yeah, I think that's a fine solution. Ban the people who did it, and then if people bought a dupe Temporalis, let them use it. I don't care about standard anyways. I think most people don't. Most people don't. Alright, I was going to buy some upgrades for this character. What slots do I want to upgrade that are weak? Amulet, boots, gloves, helmet. Sad to see GG so lost at a Q&A. What made you think they were lost? What gave you that impression? I yanked a bunch of good items with bad runes when they said runes will be replaceable. My man came prepared. Gets a minor mid-league patch with nothing but buffs and hated it. Guys, they're gonna do more stuff. They've been back for a week and a half. They made some good changes, and they're gonna make more. Where's your sense of adventure? Don't need the strength from this. Good to know. I thought they said runes would be overridable, not replaceable. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the same thing. You could have this rune that says a 20% ES, you pop another rune on, and it'll have the new rune. Yeah, you don't get it back. That's fine, though. So the second I want Spirit, it gets a lot more expensive. Think about this for a bit. Cast speed, all... Do I have cast speed in this filter? I do have cast speed. Let's lower this a bit. I like the Citadel beam, no longer moving in random directions. When they add it, I'm gonna go back and look through my atlas. See how many Citadel beams are like within the radius or whatever. See what stuff's close by. Nearby goods are there to acquire. Mahoatl shield, what happened? They bug fixed it. There was a bug where Mahoatl was applying its effect to all your soul cores in your gear. Which was just a bug. Just a bug. Did they mention console loot filter? Yep. They're going to be adding a console loot filter. You'll be able to subscribe to loot filters from that are on the main site, right? Something like that. So loot filters are coming to consoles, which will be a pretty nice upgrade. This is fire res. I do need the fire res technically. This is mana regen. Oh, snap. No, not the crickets. Not the crickets. Hey, Cap, been a fan for a long time. Thanks for what you're doing and what you've done here. Thanks, Coach9. I would expect a slower pace considering returning from holidays. Yeah. I got some good stuff. Hopefully, it'll be nice to test out the... I mean, I was coping for, like, giga content. Obviously, I was out of my mind. Scoping a little bit too hard, but now it sounds like we got some good stuff coming. Res, armor, mana regen, spirit, rarity. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards this one, guys. It's got good spirit. It's got cast speed. ES. +3. Energy shield. I don't need the attributes from this. So we should be fine. 2D amulet. Gives us a plus level. Gives us something decent as an upgrade. Am I going to make the update video on this? Yeah, I do plan to. I completely missed yesterday. If you guys were wondering why I didn't stream yesterday, I was basically like super out of it. I think I went through hopefully what is my body's healing. For me, usually what happens with me when I get sick is I get like I usually at the end of it get a big like fever week like cycle. And once I go through that, usually I feel a decent amount better than I have. Because, like, I don't know if it's my body freaking fighting off whatever. And that was me yesterday. I was in bed the whole day. But I feel quite a bit better today. So hopefully I'm just at the end of... I feel like I've been sick for a really long time. And hopefully that means I'm in the clear. But yeah, I do plan to keep updating this character. Which right now we're probably going for... some upgrades on the gear set and then keep pushing some maps is what I wanted to do today. How can I see some of the PoE 1 microtransactions in PoE 2? Is that one of the questions they were asking about cosmetics being transferred over? right now there's a lot of like PoE 1 cosmetics that are currently not supported in PoE 2. Like you see, I have all these body armors and most of them say unavailable. This is stuff that they're going to just start adding. I don't know when that is, but hopefully it's sooner than later with the support for the cosmetics that are PoE cosmetics in PoE 2 as well. We're gonna, yeah, pretty much. The show only available? Oh, I didn't even know that was a button. That's kind of nice. Didn't even know that was a thing. I want the loot track ring. Yeah. I got baited by somebody to buy the loot track ring and it doesn't work. I was like, no. No. I got scabazzed. Alright, so amulet acquired. I think we do body armor, gloves, boots, helmet. And then I feel like we'll have a decent little 5 to 10D setup. Probably closer to 10D if I spent 2D on this amulet. So let's look at those gear slots. Let's look at gloves next, I guess. I thought it would work at launch. I'm sorry. It's all good. Oh, easy. It's all good. Yeah, I was like, I know. I didn't remember it was you exactly. I just knew somebody talked me into it, and I was like, okay, it's a good idea. I'll go for this. What are my current gloves, anyways? Double res. These have 179 mana. Okay, that's a little bit too good. Whoa, they got repriced instantly. These are the gloves we just saw at 20x. Holy. That guy didn't stick around very long. Have they fixed the divine prices? It looks like they might have fixed it. 150x, 170x, 2 divines, 1 divine, 150. Neat. What's the release date for the patch? I don't think we know 100%, but they said this week. So that's what we're waiting on, is sometime this week. What if I buy these for 80x and then I YOLO a Chaos Orb? Thoughts? What do you guys think? 80x, a YOLO a Chaos Orb. What do you think? That's a good idea, right? Just 1 Chaos Orb in a dream. Wait for the Omen buff? No, I'm not gonna wait for the Omen buff. I'm just gonna YOLO a Chaos Orb. I'm gonna YOLO a Chaos Orb. There's nothing wrong with that. Proving again he's addicted to gambling. Yes. You know what? Yes, I am. I never claimed to not be slightly addicted to a little bit of gamba. What are our current gloves? 196. Check the reprice. Wait, did he already reprice again? No, he's right here. He's at 60 or 80 or whatever. I sent him a message, didn't I? I did. He just didn't respond. Hey, Zero Kyo, how you doing, man? We buy 1D gloves, guys. Do we buy 1D gloves? ES bases are expensive. They are. Attack speed int. That's pretty good. Tell me why I shouldn't do this right now. Int, fire res, mana, good ES. I'm freaking doing it. I'm doing it. That's got 100 mana on it. 177, that's a deal. That's worth. Oh, don't tell me. I might have the same issue where people just aren't selling items. Level 0 in Standard League who's not online. Wait, what? Seller's not online. No! Wait, what? Did he log out right when I messaged him? No! No! Come back online! Please! Please, no! I was gonna buy your gloves, sir! Sir, I was gonna buy those! He crashed? Maybe. Okay, wait, he's back. He's back. Act natural. Act natural. Do not blow the deal. Did the patch announcement drop already? Did the patch announcement drop already?
Hello there.
I don't think so. Hello? Aloha, are you going to sell gloves? Or am I... Everybody chat spam the poor guy. I don't know how you get trades. Guys, you can't all spam the same guy, okay? If I message him, that doesn't mean you message him. If we both message the same guy, no one makes a purchase. I'm gonna hit him with the AFK question mark. This is basically a passive-aggressive way of saying, hey, man, freaking respond to your message, you dirtbag. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't just ignore the trade, PM. Dude, please tell me Jonathan ends up deciding, or Mark, you know, they get motivated, because just this trade in PoE 2 is the worst. It's so much worse than trade in PoE 1. It is obnoxious how unwilling people are to trade in this game. Auction house Lance looking, yeah. I'm a little bit Lance looking about an auction house. Player interaction, yeah, it's the lack of player interaction. It's the don't respond to the trade PM, silently ignore it, and then relist or whatever it is they do. I don't freaking know. Would you expect a one portal game where people don't want to risk dying to losing maps to respawn to trades? Well, also in this one portal quote unquote game, guess what happens? Guess what happens? You could literally pause the game to trade with people. You know, actually, now that I think about it, wait. I just realized controller player pauses the game when they open the inventory, but you don't. The game doesn't pause for PC player when you open your inventory, does it? That's a little bit different, actually. Now that I think about it. You can't pause it, chat, can you? You can on controller. On controller, I pull up my inventory and it pauses the game. But you can't do it like this. Interesting. The thing is, on PC, it's not hard. It's not hard to just do like this. Right-click, invite, portal out. Passive tree works on PC, though. Oh, this pauses? Oh, so you can do it. Yeah, so point stands. You guys have no excuse. No excuse. Then you come on screen responding, don't see the ground effect, and you forgot about it and dead? Okay. You can make up whatever fictional scenario you want about why you're justified for being a terrible person in trade. That's your prerogative. That is your call. You want to be that guy, you be that guy. I'm not going to sit here and condone it. Man, this guy went for double fire res. This could have been like 300 ES boots. That's wild. Could Flame Blast work with your build? Flame Blast? I don't know. I mean, that depends how good Flame Blast is, I think. I don't think Flame Blast is particularly OP from what I understand. What does my current boots have? Cold res. I love music from Here's to Mighty Match 3. I do too. Just buy them now and swap them after patch. Oh my word, you're so freaking right. He's so right. Where are those double fire res boots? Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. This is oh, yes. Oh, that's so true. I could just swap them after the patch. They're corrupted? Corrupted doesn't have anything to do with the sockets, though. Are you guys saying that you can't swap out the freaking sockets if it's corrupted? We don't know. I think we'll be able to. You can put sockets in when they're corrupted. You know what I mean? Like currently. I'd say it's more likely than not. I think so too. Okay, this doesn't change the fact that this res is just... Wait. I'm over by 40 or... I didn't even need the cold res on these. What was I doing? What y'all eating? Chicken and rice. Don't worry about it. All right, better boots acquired. Helmet, body armor, and gloves time. Let's go look at helmet. Let's make this number higher. Let's make this number higher. I want value. I want value. Ooh. Swap that out for some ES. Mana, not bad at all. What's our current helmet? 99 mana, 330 with some crit chance. I have crit chance on this search, right? Did I forget crit chance? I forgot crit chance. They're going to make Energy Shield go past Bleed. Bleed's not going to go past Energy Shield, guys. You get Corrupt +1 to minions? Interesting. Alright, 3 Divines is way too much money. I think I'll go with the double res helmet. That has 2% mana on it, and we'll swap it for ES later, I think. Seems like a good option to me. What's our current helmet have on it? Crit. Do you think you're capable of playing a whole league using only a premium tab for trading? Yes. Could be a quad tab, yes. This is literally the only tab I've used for trading this whole PoE 2 early access. Basically, I operate under the premise of, at the very beginning, I sell junk because junk is worth something in terms of like what it can get me upgrade wise. And then as the league goes on, I start to say my threshold for what I believe is worth my time to sell goes up. So like initially I'll be willing to sell stuff for 1x, whereas maybe a couple days in the league, I don't want to take the time to sell a 1x item, and I'll just go vendor all the 1x gear I have in here, and I'll start only listing items that I'll sell for at least 10x or whatever. And so throughout that, I just keep upping the threshold. Initially, I'll start with like just a small regular tab. You don't have that much things to buy and sell initially. See if there's a bit better options if we go for a lower suffix value. This is open suffix I can slam. They're not nerfing Spark? As far as we know, no. As far as we are aware, they are not nerfing it currently. Based on what they've told us. Yeah, I think this is my best option. This 220x one. They taglined a little. We're nerfing a couple things, and we don't know what that is yet. That could be Archmage, or it could just be self-looping Choir of the Storm. We don't know. Right now, it seems like they're not nerfing things though. Server related, yeah, which is like that's like self-looping Choir of the Storm, stuff like that. I'm amazed they're not nerfing stuff. It seems like they're just gonna wait and to do it with a. They want to do it with a fresh economy wipe. When's the patch coming out? This week. Is it tomorrow? They didn't say tomorrow. Could be tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe they cast out a guy loop. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a relatively seems like relatively low impact for a lot of stuff. Okay, that guy's not responding. I guess we'll go back to trying to buy gloves. I'm okay with early access. Yeah, I think seems fine. This guy's up to 4 divines now? No, that's a different guy. I was gonna say no shot. That guy would go up in price that much. Mm-hmm. Current gloves have fire, cold, and int. Yeah, that'd be an improvement. You no longer use Everlasting Gaze? No. I showcased the DPS setup, but I just have a respect out of it. I'm not even playing the Archmage character currently. I was just waiting for them to nerf Archmage to then be like, oh, let me log back in and make some changes based on the nerfs. And they're not nerfing it, so I guess I'm waiting for them to announce the nerfs that are coming with the patch, or if they do a new league or something, I guess. In the great scope, Archmage with some reduced mana is reasonable compared to much crazier builds going around. It makes good use of a few good uniques, but otherwise not too crazy. You don't think Archmage is crazy? I'm surprised. You would think that. Lightning Conduit getting nuked for sure. Oh, Lightning Conduit got name dropped. He didn't say Lightning Conduit specifically, but did you guys hear Mark's example? He said 140 million in a 3-person one-shot Arbiter. I know exactly the video he is talking about, and it was the Lightning Conduit. He basically name dropped Lightning Conduit. You guys know the video I'm talking about? Let's see if I can find it. Lightning Conduit one shot party arbiter. The hell is all of this freaking? I don't know. I don't know what to do to look for it. Choir named as well. Yeah, Choir's the bricking server instance. Dude, what the hell is this garbage, man? I don't know where to find it. Basically, there's a clip of a dude doing a 140 million damage hit with Lightning Conduit in like a 3-person party. But I don't know how to find it because this is all just a bunch of stuff that isn't it. And I don't know what the dude's channel was. Spark Archmage is fine, but Castle Light Conduit is unacceptable. See, I wouldn't agree with that either. I think Spark does a very high amount of damage. Archmage I think is the most egregious factor. If anything, you'll see it all over the place. But either way, they're not nerfing that stuff. So they made their decisions. 260 versus 196. And this comes with some rarity, sure, why not? I looked up 140 ability lighting Kato Rage Gaming came up. It's not a video for Rage Gaming. It was like a YouTube channel I've never heard of. Just some dude posted a clip of him at a party going up and doing a couple of eye winters and then boom, one shot. Admin account scandal was funny. Yeah, so that's the explanation to like all the different people getting hacked is the admin account getting compromised. He said it was only like 66 logs, so that sounds like that 66 doesn't sound like that many people. Did they say when we get patch notes? Soon, TM. They didn't say exactly, at least I don't believe they did. Probably different hacks as well. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that was the thing on their end, at least it sounds like, right? Did you find it? Yes. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, I think this is the one. This is the one.
The fourth edict already.
All right, look at this.
For your
Go back a couple frames. 300k damage. I am 90% sure Mark watched this video based on his comment about the 3-person party, 140 million damage. Technically, this is a 4-person party, but you get the idea, right? He wasn't like Navy the exact specifics, but I think he literally watched this video. How do you go back and forth by a frame? If you use the not the arrow keys, but the greater than, less than keys, you could frame by frame videos on YouTube. Dot and comma, yeah, dot and comma, greater than, less than. That, yep, that I'm fairly confident that's what Mark was referencing. It seems way too specific and way too. We'll see if that's what he was referencing, but I think he watched that video. I think he watched it. All right, we're looking at body armors. Do I care about body armor stuff that much? I do. 14 divines. That's too expensive. What's your building cap? We're looking at getting ourselves. We're getting a little bit of upgrades for our Frostbomb Titan. We're just upgrading a couple pieces, getting a few more divs invested, and then we're gonna go back to chilling, I think. Would mana regen be better for us? We do have suspect mana sustain. I do like the faster start of recharge though. What's my current suffixes? Some res I don't need. I guess I need fire a little bit. If I lose fire on this, then I need it even more. I can lose lightning, fine. Says cold for 1 divine. Cold res. Lightning I don't need. Dude with corrupted thorns with no socket. That's kind of wild. If only mana cost or skills did scale so egregiously. I'm surprised they didn't ask that. I really kind of am. I thought for sure that would have been on the agenda. Faster starts. Mana regen implicits. Implicit. Let's just cut the chase. We need this to say at least 25 fire arrows. For Keth Raiment, 1 divine, fire as mana regen. Stun threshold. Corrupted with thorns. They said Grim Feast and Evasion and ES were over tiered, so we'd expect them to get armor at life levels. I think that's just stuff that's going to be balanced in when they do a reset. When they do an economy reset, guys. That's the impression I got, at least. Was that they didn't really want to do... Apparently they didn't really want to do a bunch of nerfs buffs until they do a fresh league. I wasn't expecting that, but that's the impression I got. They described Grim Feast as insane. Yeah, well, outside of Grim Feast, ES is OP. Grim Feast is just another outlier on top of it, I think. I hope they don't touch Wind Dancer. You might be in danger. You might be in danger. Brace yourself for the future. Okay, so we gain fire res. And some stun threshold. Nice. Cool. Slightly better than our starter set. Is there anything else we need to upgrade here? Or is this good? Is this good enough? Probably. We have way more lightning res than we're supposed to. I think it's fine. I think we'll call this good for now. We got a couple of upgrades. Have some basic gear. Gear's probably value of around 670 now with the better amulet, better gloves, better helmet, better boots, and helmet we didn't upgrade, but we can maybe upgrade that later. This will be fine for now. Do you think it's worth using whittling on this? Do I think it's worth using a whittling on this? That's up to you, man. I don't know. Whittling's expensive. Does it sound like anything's in danger except bug stuff? Yeah, that's the impression I got. is we're not getting the nerf festo, and they're chilling. They want to do their balance when they do new content drops and fresh wipes, which means you go into it knowing what's nerfed. You don't have your character's power yanked away. Sure, seems like a safe approach, and I thought they were gonna be more inclined to just constantly be like, you know, changing things, but I guess they really wanted to stick to just things that were more like, I guess, egregious examples, like the like looping triggers type of thing. Having the overflow doubling the original resource, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that you could stack up to twice your ES with your Grim Freeze is kind of, it is a little bit silly. I need to go pee real quick, guys. We cap off my water, and then we're gonna do maybe a little bit of mapping. Give me one moment. I'm gonna top off the water and pee. Water acquired. Sweet, beautiful hydration. Gameplay, Lance licking. Toilet water, Lance licking. No, okay, I just got water. Okay. From... not the toilet. Okay, guys? Why on earth would you say that? All right. Do I try gameplay with mouse and keyboard for a bit? How bad could it be? I haven't played mouse and keyboard in a long time. I might try it. See how it goes. See how it goes. Was it 2 OP? I'm gonna try non-walls though. We'll see how it goes. We'll do some non-walls the gaming. Do you even remember how to? Not necessarily. We only had hybrid controls, so we could play controller but have mouse for inventory management. Yep. Apparently, they answered that question and said it was a soon TM situation. Which is pretty dang nice. Coming to the realization, I actually have no idea how to play this character on mouse and keyboard. Could be fine, though. Wait, oh no. How do I press mana flasks? I'll figure it out. Okay, so E is Frost Wall. This will be fine. Why did I click a Burning Ground map? I swear all this map had was Enfeeble. Where did this Burning Ground even come from? Ah! Get away from me, tornado thing! Get away from me!
I need more time.
That's messed up, man. That tornado chasing me around is messed up. The moving while casting throws me off with mouse so hard unless it's melee attack that pauses you in place. It does feel a bit different for sure. I could get used to it probably, maybe. I don't know. It does feel a bit weird. Oh, who am I kidding? I freaking suck at this. I would definitely have to like practice this, which is why I'm very excited about the hot swap. Hot swap's gonna feel so good. Hot swap's gonna feel so right. Alright, while I'm thinking about it, let's go back to the controller. Let's be honest with ourselves. Tell me I wasn't imagining this. What was it the case that when they were going through like dimension changes, did they talk about map load times? Or was that specifically just the Atlas map load time? Like I'm talking about the town load times.
Power.
Just the world map. Just the Atlas. I really want it to be not just the Atlas. The load times of the like the individual act map is just ridiculous every time you misclick it. So bad. Oh, controller! I heard world map for sure. Which world map would be the act map, right? I wish I had a ritual counter for breaches. You missed a breach? Oh, like you could tell you how many were in the map. Listen, breach already has enough stuff going for it. It doesn't need more.
I can't yet.
You guys are already winning by such a large margin, you breachers.
I can't yet.
World map and Atlas map are the same thing. So you're trying to rain on my parade and say it's not gonna fix the Atlas, or sorry, the Act 1, 2, 3 map times. Because I would like to believe that that is something they would fix. Because currently, it is horrible, right? Surely that'd be something they want to. They're in the same interface. I mean, maybe they just have the same issue. And if they're fixing one, they're fixing the other. I could cope. I could cope. I think they're taking forever because they generate the atlas in the background.
I'm not ready. Fear will best you.
Generating the atlas in the background.
I can't yet.
Is that real?
More time.
The source of ES are gear plus passives only, right? Is there something else? Gear plus passives? I think that's correct. I don't think there's other sources outside of that. They say there will be more monsters in upcoming patch. They did. They're gonna be. For example, one of the examples they gave is the larger maps right now have a similar amount of monsters to some of the smaller maps, which makes them just kind of feel empty. And so one of the changes they'll be adding, for example, is making the larger maps have a lot more monsters, and thus they feel like they have similar densities throughout. I think that was one of the examples they gave. So yes, I believe more monsters is in the cards. They also mentioned things like more chests or other rewarding features of certain maps, which they were kind of vague about. But maybe that means in Auguary there's a lot of like extra chests in the map. I don't know. They're gonna add an extra 5 levers to Auguary. Yeah, we don't know what exactly they're doing, but it's a we'll find out, I guess, situation. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's beneficial. Any omens? No. Anything else good? Not really. I think I leave. I'm so bummed out by the sunsetting of PoE 1. What do you mean by sunsetting? What does that mean? The way they ended the interview, they didn't sound good for PoE 1? What do you mean? Because they asked about 326 and they said that's more information than they want to get into right now? I think you misinterpreted what they were saying, personally. To me, that was the implication that there's a lot going on for 326. That's more than they want to go into for the interview, right? I wouldn't take that as the, oh, 326 isn't happening or something like that. They didn't have time to talk about it? Yeah, that's the impression I got. Oh, you know what? Shoot, that's something I wanted to look at. You guys were talking about the unique buffs. I wanted to look at that frame by frame because I didn't actually see the unique stuff. Assuming it's gonna be, yeah, it's on their main channel.
Hi.
Buffs. Let's just take a little look. The buffs are hilarious. Oh, I didn't even like get to look at them too closely. I wanted to go back through and look at them. Okay, right about here. Okay. So this one got extra roll res and a bit of armor. So this was just to make it better in early game. Okay, sure. Bramblejack went from life and stun threshold to regenerate 5% while surrounded. So we got some regen higher life. Okay. That is better. Causes double stun buildup. Has higher fizz. What? They gave it reduced attack speed. What do you mean? They made it attack slower. That is crazy. No one was using this. They're definitely not using it now. This is a buff. Yeah, that's a wild one. I mean, these other two, these are definitely better early game, but I still don't know if too many people are going to be using them, considering how good the armor formula is, for example. What did this get? This was 100 spell damage, reduced cast speed int. And now it has slightly higher ES and a higher reduction in cast speed, I guess. Okay, sure. What does this thing do? Has a much higher chance to inflict bleeding. Okay, sure. Cool. Yeah, it got cat out of 8 on Bramblejack. This has base crit added to it. Sure. Is that the only change? Just base crit? Nice. Nice. So this one was buffed and it got better flat. You know what they should do to this? Maybe add a 20% reduced attack speed. Yeah. Maybe they should go add a 20% reduced attack speed to it. The next gloves are insane. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the next thing. Okay, what else do we have? Gamble sprints. Rarity. They added rarity to gamble sprint. Lol. The anti-rarity guys are fuming right now. Oh, they added rarity to another item. Oh, how dare they? They're getting tilted. They're not happy about that rarity edition. Okay, what else do we have? Got some flat damage added, it looks like. Similar attack speed, similar mana regen. Skills reserve less spirit. Sure. Sure. Who's going crit during leveling? It's damage, guys. It's damage. And my axe, yo, Von Lance. Appreciate the sub. Just for the record, just because you don't have a 100% chance to crit does not mean you aren't dealing damage with that crit. If you're critting 20% of the time, that's a significant amount of your hits. Titan Rot looks pretty okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to look through. Titan Rot, what does this have? So it has much better armor and much better strength. Oh, nice. Looking thick. Now it goes up to like 30% strength. Crop that for a little bit more. Not too shabby. Looking a little bit more juiced. We got a crossbow that changed. It now has chill duration. And maybe slightly higher cold. That's an upgrade. Okay, cool. And this thing, instead of having res, now has some gain mods. Cool. That is better. What does this thing do? Apply fire exposure of broken enemies. Hits break armor. Hits break armor, fire exposure, fire res, strength, and higher flat values. Cool. So that's better too. Is that it? Is that all of them? It's still not too significant. For the most part, you're not using very many of these items at all. I guess they're leveling items, right? And they're trying to make them better for leveling. Melee solved. I don't know about that. I don't know about melee solved. Titan Rot and the gloves are really worthy. Yeah, these are decent for leveling. I mean, they have some okay gain mods, right? Doidry's gloves will be nice for some builds. Yeah, but they were nice before. I don't feel like that changes it too much. They got a little bit of extra ES compared to what they were before, right? They're making it better for their purpose, right? Which is the early game leveling if you use them. Which, I think that's nice, right? Except for this mace. I don't know what the hell's going on with this mace. I guess this amount of damage maybe is like a ton at level 1, maybe? I don't freaking know. The reduced attack speed is just funny to me. The Elite Gloves can be pretty good for setting up Heralds with any eligible damage, actually. The triple gain mods. They look like they all three mods have a roll range. Maybe you could get 10%, 10%, 10%. Corrupted to 12%, 12%, 12%. Neat little sum.
Coward! I need more time.
They need to fix the level requirement for leveling weapons that have a skill. That's what I was saying, yeah. The implicit skill item level thing. When they showcased that, that's literally was my first thought. Items with their level requirement being tied to the skill it grants. Which is kind of problematic, right? Because you could say, oh, make the skill not apply a level requirement, but then you have somebody that has a level 20 skill on a level 1 character, and that doesn't make sense, right? You could get rid of the implicit entirely, but that feels weird too. Or you could force the implicit to always drop it as a low level 1. Make the skill level with your player. Oh, for implicits? That could maybe work for unique specifically. Similar to like an Ascendancy, right? How Ascendancies do that. I like that solution. I think it's a good one. Are there any implicit spells on wand staves that people use at builds? Not a ton I've seen, but I do believe people are trying them out. I need to look through the different spells you get for various items, because there's probably some interesting ones. I know people were telling me to look at Living Bomb for this Titan character, and we might try it out before we do our next build. Because Living Bomb's apparently like an AoE explosion, which could be fun with a AoE scaling Titan.
I need more time.
I really want to make a VD build. Couldn't you do the sacrifice reservation or whatever? I know that's what people do for DD, right? Just do that. Sigil power, yeah. Speaking of sigil, we should almost be using that on this character right now, to be honest.
I can't yet.
Sigil is... I'm already spending an egregious amount of my mana. I might as well include it, right? Most damage come from levels? Yes. I think part of the balance problem they have with the game in general is how many gem levels they gave people.
I'm not ready.
They should be a lot rarer and lower mana scaling as a result. Yeah, it's just weird to me. I got a tank. GG, dude. GG. Like having a single affix give 3 levels on amulet, 5 levels on wand, 2 levels on focus, 7 on a staff. Weird. So it's so much power on one single affix. You look for a specific skill? Yeah, you gotta go to PUDB and then type it and then look at the number tag for the skill basically. And then you type that number in the search. It's a little bit weird. You have a +6/+7 melee skills core staff. I literally can't use it or I run out of mana. The good news is for the staff characters, you guys have you have enough damage without gem level scaling. Spell builds outside of like an egregious trigger loop just do not have enough damage without gem levels. I feel like it's completely mandatory for the damage.
I need more time.
Is that why? Okay, I tuned into Fubgun's stream. Is that why Fubgun's using bow attack? Is it because he can't afford to use his bow skill because he has a bunch of gem levels now?
I'm not ready.
Is that literally why? Oh my word, that's so disgusting. Mark confirmed they want these must-have chase affixes. I mean, they would still be must-have chased affixes with lower levels, though. Like, instead of +5, it could be +3. Instead of +3 on amulet, it could be +2, right? Because it's part of the reason they have the balance issue of so many builds one-shotting bosses is because of these affixes. Miracle's melee hammer cost him 2,000. Yeah. No, I think both the Miracle and Cotter had to life tap their hammer specifically because of that, right? They were both doing it, I think. I can't use this? Yep. +7. Too much cost. I'm pretty happy with the Arbiter change. Oh, giving extra portals for it. Arbiter I think is the most necessary boss for the extra changes. The extra portals. Because Arbiter is the most punishing boss in terms of if you do the mechanic wrong, right? Like it has like multiple pass-fail mechanics that if you win in blind are super non-obvious. So I think out of bosses to give extra attempts to, that's the most important one they started with it. So I think that was a good choice for sure. Lance wants to wrestle before bedtime? Okay, I'll be up right after this map. Guys, this will be our last map. My son wants to wrestle. Nolan too? Alright. He's he's got a lot of gumption. Armor +4 SF takes a god gamer. Yeah, it's no joke. It is no joke, that's for sure. I want to wrestle too. Better find yourself a wrestling partner. I'm not that guy. Okay. Lance is gonna get wrecked by his son. I am not gonna get wrecked by Lance. Okay. I have a distinct weight advantage. Okay. I'm gonna make him think he has a chance because I'm generous like that. But make no mistake, in the end, I will destroy him. Okay. I will give him hope, though. I will give him hope. I'll make him think he's beating me for a moment before I remind him of his mortality. You know what I'm saying? No, Mana Siphoner? Really? We're doing that? Mana Siphon me. Stay within the circle.
Get away from me.
Stay within the circle. Oh, my mana! Stay within the circle. Stay within the circle.
Rage all you want, beast. I'm not ready.
Give him hope, then insta German suplex him. Exactly. Yeah, I'll wrestle with you, big guy. Oh, okay. You want to come up here? Alright, you can come up here.
What are you doing?
I'm fighting this big bird guy. No, I don't think you should take the controller. I don't know if this is gonna end well. I'm gonna press the trigger. Press the trigger. We're dying, Lance. We're dying. You gotta press the trigger. That's oh. He's attacking us. We gotta fight back.
Where?
You gotta do this one. This one right here.
I need more time.
You have to do this one right here. Okay. Yeah. See, you got him. Yeah, you did it, Lance. You got the guy.
Come on, go.
Alright, guys. We're gonna call a stream here. We'll see some of your raid, and then I'll come wrestle with you. Okay, big guy? Give me a sec. I gotta find somebody to raid. I'll send you guys over to Connor. We'll see what Connor's up to. Alright. You guys have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for hanging out. See y'all later. Peace out.
Where's the guy?